Hello. What's good, everybody? Is the audio fine? Audio good? Yay! Okie dokie. Hi. Good Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday, right, everybody? Yeah? Okay. It's Saturday. Shut the fuck up. Pissing me off. I'm still EP. I'm. Anyways. Thank you, Sid, for the 7 stream streak. And thank you, Deca, for the 7 stream streak as well, guys. Hello, hello. Hi, Cosmo Carp. Hi, Sid again. Hello, Dusk. Good evening, Miss Yvonne. Hi, Necron. Hello, Finesse God. Uh, good evening, Miss Nikki. Hi, Carl. Hello, Ma. Hi, Random Fan. Hello, hello. Hi, Fatui. Hi, Non Creative. Hello, Fred Bob. Did I miss anybody? Hi, Phantom Raver. Hello, Delude. Hello, Ideal. Still EP? Yeah. I mean, well, I woke up at noon, so there's no reason for me to be EP, but I just be a little tired. Yeah. I had I mean, yeah, I guess like when my mood is kind of down too, it affects I just want to sleep it off most of the time. But yeah, I think that it is maybe a more productive use of my time if I were to play games, stream for you guys at the very least. Probably my fault too that I haven't even finished a cup of coffee yet. I wish it was Saturday, then I wouldn't have to stay at work till 8 p.m. and I would be off tomorrow. That'd be nice. That would be nice indeed. Um, I have some weekend plans. I think I'm probably gonna try to have brunch with my family on Sunday, and then tomorrow I'm a little bit busy during the day, so we're actually gonna have a later start. If I haven't finished Resident Evil Requiem by today, I'll probably have it finished by tomorrow. Um, and if not, then tomorrow will probably either be Pokopia and or maybe Pokemon Leaf Green start. Hi Ghosty, hello Ty. Hi Dogma. What's up you guys? I'm doing okay. Have definitely been better. I think that mm, it's not really my news to share. Um but I think you guys will mostly catch wind of it at some point in time. Within the next within the week or so. Yeah, but just health is wealth, and I hope that we live our lives without much regret and that we take care of our loved ones as much as possible, um, and to be grateful for their presence. Yes. Hi, not Trent. How are you? Yeah. Um, and I also think that I mean, honestly, if you guys have any tips on how to help like a friend, by all means, like share that process with me or give me tips or advice in like Discord, maybe sub chat. Um, and if you're sub chat locked, maybe share here. Who knows? Good evening, Jordan. How are you? Yeah. But today I don't really want to dwell on such things because again, it's like not really my news to share, but I hope that yeah, we can focus on improving our moods a little bit by distracting ourselves with some gaming and or, you know, sharing some better news. So today's my turn to be parasocial towards you guys. Today I am counting on you guys to be my mood lifters. Yeah. Okay. But let me just swap to Pokopia now. I'm gonna just get right into it, honestly. Hi, Jaguso. What's up? Also, sorry about the audio issue earlier. I'm trying to swap. Well, I'm trying to like use my streaming PC as like an editing PC. Because I normally edit on my MacBook Pro, not Pro, my MacBook Air, but its processing is a lot more dinky than like any of my PCs. Plus, like it's not plugged into Ethernet, so like anything I upload there is gonna be like way slower. Yeah, but because of that, I think it reset my audio on my streaming PC, so you guys like could not hear for a little bit. My apologies. You got a video call from your baby niece today, so it was a nice break from work. That is very nice. Your niece knows how to video call, though? As a baby? That's a little... That's a little scary, how quick kids get into technology these days. Ah, your sister called you and then put her on the phone. Okay, that makes more sense. Hi, yoojin. You are indeed not first, but good try. 4 months. Yeah. Imagine a 4-month-old baby like being like, I'm gonna call Aunt Nikki. Unlocks phone. Searches you in contacts. That'd be scary, honestly. Your niece was born on March 3rd. You are a triple uncle now. Congratulations. That's very big. Are you a good unc? Or are you just like a passable one? Or are you an awful one that's going to traumatize your nieces and nephews for the rest of your life? If they're making video calls at 4 months, they'll be an esports pro by age 5. That'd be crazy. Okay. But let's swap to Pokopia. Yay. I'm so excited to see this game during like 1 to 2 hours of daylight. You guys can hear the game, right? Game music is very loud to you. Is this better? I mean, usually the game music, we don't really listen to the game music. So can you tell me how the audio levels are when I'm actually in the game? How's the game audio right now? Withered Wasteland Pokemon Center. Hi, Zero Ditto. Wow. No hi, just straight gambling. That's when, you know, there's a little bit of a problem. Def needs a turn down? Okay. How's this? Blah 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 blah. That's good? Okay. Yo, nice to meet you. Wait, have you copied the human body with your transformation? What a coincidence. I can copy human voices pretty good myself. I mean, it would be incredible if like we could actually hear them mimic the human voice in this introduction. Hi Jojo, what's up? Hello Onyx. Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Pretty awesome, yeah? But I gotta tell you, I have no idea what it means, yo. Okay. Hey, what's up? Did he just flex in front of me in order to give me? Oh, well, I mean, I'll take that. I do need that. Thanks for the wheat seeds, man. But I feel like that was kind of a weird way to give someone an item. Hi, Papa Swag. What's up? Oh, can we replace? I'm gonna replace Tangela, because I like Gyarados better. Okay. Ooh, we get a curtain set. So Friday is when we're able to turn in the stamps? Oh, that's cool. It's just like Mario Party in that one map, the mall, where you do the stamp card and then you get coins. Okay, let me. Huh? Oh, that's cute. Hi, Robin. Hi, Motor. What's up? I have 2 of these. Sorry, give me a moment. Okay. Gonna try making another house for some Pokemon. Okay, I need ingot. Hi, cyberspace. What's up? He wants a salad? A salad where everything's shredded real finely. Help me make one? Did your Torchic evolve? No. Torchic is in the beach area, and I think you can only have, like, unique Pokemon. Like, they can't evolve. Yeah, it's its own Pokemon. Okay. Oh, I have some bean seeds. Let me till. Okay, did I just miss that tile? Oh. Oops. Okay. Dude, I saw a tweet earlier today, and I was like, yeah, you're not wrong. Because every time I see like a viral clip of somebody else playing this game, I'm like, I didn't know I had to have an engineering degree. And I don't have an engineering degree. So I'm struggling while playing this game, in my opinion. Like, you don't, obviously, like, you don't technically need one, but I feel like that would make, I would be optimizing this game to its fullest potential, and I'm not doing that right now. Someone's having, you're too hungry? Do you want food? Hi, Crouch, what's up? Okay. I need to get another sprinkler somehow. Hello, Jam Amelia. What's up? Are you a friend of Yvonne's? Okay, I think we're good here. Wait, there's one more bean I missed. And wheat. Dude, this Clefairy is so cute. And we have Psyduck too, look. Psyduck. Psyduck. Another streamer? Ooh. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, I'm making Dartrix follow me, but I'm not even doing the Dartrix request right now. Wait, where did Magmar even go? I literally have a singular copper ingot. Oh jeez. Okay. This counts as furniture? Okay. Where is Score Bunny? Maybe Combuskin can help out later, actually. Now that I think about it. With the furnace. Let me get to the chopping board first. Okay. I led you here. One shredded salad. Is for you. The dishes you cook may turn out differently depending on the specialties of the Pokemon helping you. Okay. I mean, I still have my empowered leafage, so I think it's okay to not eat the salad right now. You BRB, okie dokie. Goodbye, Dartrix. What's up? How's your comfort level? Gotcha. I mean, you live in a furnace. What do you want? What kind of relaxation could you possibly want? Okay, so I can't place that. That's cool. Okay. Hey Dido, do you have a minute? I think I hear sounds coming from down there. Okay, well, can you follow me first? He's not gonna follow me. I hate Score Bunny. I think I hate Score Bunny more than Piplup. Yeah, because they're not being useful. Be useful to me. Help me out so I can help you out. I don't like Pokemon, or frankly even individuals who cannot like understand that like technically even if you didn't sign up for it, we are a collective part of society and therefore you have to do your part. I hate people who are like, well, I don't want to do it because I'm an individual. Well, yeah, I don't want to do stuff either sometimes, but sometimes you have to for the good of mankind, for the good of everybody around you, or at least not to inconvenience other people around you. And you're inconveniencing, first of all, you are tasking me to do something and you're not even gonna do a service in exchange, motherfucker. And it's always the starter Pokemon. It's always Piplup, Score Bunny, who are just testing me. Sorry, I did crash out a little bit there. My apologies. But I think I deserve to crash out a little bit there. I would vote for you in the next election. Don't vote for me. You gotta vote for somebody who's actually gonna make a difference. See, this is why you know I wouldn't be good in office, because Pokopia is literally just supposed to be a chill game, and here I am. Like, I can make a mountain out of a molehill, you know? Not in a good way. Can I make a frying pan? I need 2 copper ingots. Okay. Combustion, you must help me. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Good evening, DJ Sneaky Snake. How are you? Wanna move in here? You bet, I'm sure. I got that thing you wanted. Okay, now come help me with this thing. I hope they can help me with this thing. Hi Kinchong, what's up? Piplup is useful in this game though. Piplup is... Okay, are they not gonna follow me? Piplup is useful, but like they could be more useful. Which is why I get annoyed, because they have no like proactivity. They just leave me to do a bunch of stuff on my own, and I have to guide them to the next spot that needs cleaning, and then they don't clean it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Combustion. You're doing good, but not good enough. Yeah, but Score Bunny's not doing shit, so that makes me angry. And that's why I never liked that starter region anyways. There, I said it. Score Bunny, the worst of the lot. Who's the grass starter for that? Was it Grookey? Hi, Zadie. I mean, I kind of like Sobble. And I think Grookey's like... Grookey alone is very good. But I don't like Grookey's evolution line at all. I don't know whether Turtwig is in this game. But it seems like in some region, at some point, all the starters are available. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does show up. Okay. Ooh, a hint. Hi, Kung Fu Panda. Hi, Arrhenius. Hydrated, graceful flower bed. Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Is there a way to untill, like, the ground so it's not ugly brown forever? Or this, so I just permanently fucked it up? That's good to know. Heart's broken. I am. Oh, that would make sense. Okay, let me clean up this area. Thank you, Simply Moonlight, for gifting a sub. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hopefully, you got your Ditto badge. Enjoy it. If anyone ever joins yoojin in their game, she will use Rock Smash to throw hands on sight. I would not. I'd use Rock Smash in person. I don't even think I could smash a rock. Most people would probably not be able to smash a rock with their bare hands, right? I mean, I guess we're using boxing gloves, but even then, I don't think people with boxing gloves on could smash rocks. Oops. From Hajime no Ippo? I never read that. Is it like You think I'd enjoy reading it even now? That's like an old series, isn't it? Okay. Apparently mouse mode does work for this game, but I don't play on nunchuck. I just play on a separate controller, so. But maybe that'll change if I'm like really into decorating, building. But I just want to make the town look like presentable enough. This is such a satisfying feeling. Hi Jojo, what's up? Now it's time to rebuild a Roman Empire. Do I look like I have an architecture degree? Do I look like I know anything about Greco-Roman infrastructure, aqueducts? Yeah? Oh, well, okay. Oh, you're wrong. I don't know how else to tell you guys that you're just wrong, bro. How do I do the... Is this limestone? What is this, actually? Is this tile? Let me take one. Stone flooring. Is this also stone flooring? They definitely did not just go limestone flooring. Yeah, but they most definitely did not just go with the flow. I think you should appraise my relic so I can put it away. Nope. Eye is good. Okay, I need to make a big storage box. And then... and then what else? Oh, I guess I need a lot of stone if I want to make stone flooring. Pretty obvious what I just said. Okay, just making sure. That was stone flooring. Why is some of this gravel and then some of it is not? Question mark? Okay. This is for the Pokemon to eat. Gonna place storage there. Do you think that Combuskin will have finished at least one copper ingot by now? Blech. Okay, nice. Let's craft the pan. As well as one pot, because I'm sure they'll make us do this at some point. Isoline bean. Yeah, it is pretty nice, ain't it? And then I also need... Oh, I need an iron ingot for this. Alright. So this is gravel, right? Okay. Not too bad. Oh. I need to make a hydrated flower bed habitat for Ekans. Not Ekans, Arbok. Guys, did you know that Arbok backwards is Cobra and Ekans backward is Snake? Any plans for co-op Pokopia? No. Cause I low-key think that it's never gonna be very pretty. This area of mine. I'm kind of ashamed of that. Hi, Pecco. What's up? Okay. What's race car backward? Race car. A palindrome. Well, I don't want to shout at real people. It's okay to shout at the pixels and the code on the screen because they're not real. Hamburger steak. Does it have to be more bean? How do you make a hamburger? What was the recipe? Is it just bean? That doesn't make sense. Wait, this looks so bussing. I'm actually so hungry now. Oh shoot, okay. Empowered punch. Empowered rock smash. No, but clearly they're vegetarian hamburg steaks. Because they have bean. Okay. Thank you, Rai for the 3 stream streak, and thank you, Squishy, for the 100 stream streak. Sorry, I just noticed that. Hello, Yaj. What's up? Slurp. Okay. We got black rock, glowing stone, and iron ore. What is this music? Oh. Oh. Ooh, what kind of switches? I haven't gotten switches in so long. All of the keyboards that I have purchased or gotten are all pre-builds. Yeah, this game wants you to turn on forever. You know that because when you try to save and quit, it's like save and quit, yes, no, but the default is on no. Oh, are they linear or tactile? I mean, melodic kind of sounds like it'd be linear, but I don't know. Oh, a closet can be, I didn't know that. Clickies. Do you guys like clicky switches or soft switches or like thocky switches? I like more like linear mostly, but sometimes I indulge in a good thock. Hi Goosey, what's up? Ophthalmology is the study of birds, right? Pygia possesses high visual acuity. Or, wait, no, is it eyesight? Oh my god, I'm a fucking nerd. Sure. Why not? Let me look like what I look like in real life. Can't wait to play this game for $500 next payday. I mean, honestly, with the amount of arrows you will be putting into this game, you'll make up. It'll be worth, you know. Not to be a super glazer, but to also be a super glazer. Give me that. Ooh, lum seeds. It's you. Picks up the ore. Hits you again. I think you're gonna peer pressure me into buying a Switch. I swear to God, it's not. Like, obviously, do not buy it if you do not have, like, the extra money or means. But, like, if you're gonna be like, should I buy it? I'm gonna be like, well, yes. In my mind, it's like, you are... I don't think there's a world in which people dislike this game, so... If you're even remotely interested in it, you will like it, is my opinion. Like, that's how good this game is to me. Hi, Grandma's Choice. I don't want to break it. I want to move it. Can I not move it? Okay. Oh, what the hilly? Project cancellation proposal. What kind of project did they want to cancel? Oh my god, I'm so cute when I turn into actual Ditto. How can we be sure you're the real Miss Huge and not a Ditto pretending to be the real deal? Well, you can't be sure. I don't know what to tell you. You just gotta trust me. No! Oh wait, no, there's stairs. Yay. Did I miss anything? I mean, I might have missed things by not punching through the volcanic ash, but... Oh, is there a gimme goal? Oops. There's a little hole for me. So I went ahead and got some prizes ready. I went with gym badges. People are crazy about those things, you know? These are fake ones, so now I just gotta get some nice little Pokemon trainers to come work for free. But that's got me kind of stumped. All the trainers I try to talk to in town just look at me like I'm suspicious and ignore everything I say. I don't know if my handiwork was no good or if I just have a face that only a mother could trust, but I gotta say that this whole thing's got me feeling kind of down. I even had to report to the boss and tell him that the mission wasn't going well. I just didn't have a choice. But the boss didn't get mad. He just gave me a pep talk and even let me in on some ultra top secret intel about our warehouse. It's kind of cute how, like, most of these Team Rocket grunts, like, they're kind of losers. Like, they're like, yeah, I don't know whether it's like I'm untrustworthy, but things aren't really going that good for me. I just want validation in my life. You know, I guess that's why I joined an organization like Team Rocket in the first place, because, you know, I couldn't get success in the normal way, but at least the big boss is, you know, kind enough to give me a pep talk and make me feel special. And here I am just reading their records and sucking up shit. Ooh, look at this body. Ooh. I should gather all the fossils. Oh my god, I don't have like collective storage though, so this is gonna be such a hassle. To like go back and find every single fossil that I have to try and assemble it. Wow, this place is swanky. Ooh, this is a Glamora. Let me try to put this back together. Okay, I guess I can't do that unless I have stone pillar lower? Question mark? So let me take this one for now. Okay. Yay. Yay. Wait, no, it's supposed to be marble. Frick! Yay. Hi, Clopchamp. How are you? I think you do buy a Switch too, because if anything, you can justify it and be like, this is a great way to introduce my children into playing a Pokemon game. Because I feel like your oldest might like Pokopia. Oh, so you're just bragging now? Get a load of this guy bragging about his good relationship with his daughter, who loves and adores and respects him. This is in the shape of like a what now? A Magby? What was his name again? Boo! Get out of here! Oh wow, this place is pretty nice. Who's been maintaining it? Are you questioning our Lord and Savior Ditto? Looks up recipe on how to make a guillotine in this game. Just joking, because I'm pretty sure Pokemon would never allow for the feature of a guillotine in their game. I mean, in theory, like Ditto, like a Pokemon that can replicate other Pokemon, I feel like would be OP. But because it's based on, like, their own stats. Treasure, that is what you are. Baby, you're my golden star. Ooh. Despot fossil. Yay. I'm Gimme Ghoul, just a humble little treasure collector. You must be a bit of a treasure hunter yourself to come to a place like this, huh? I guess so. Wait, he read me for filth. I am the type of person that must pick something up if it's remotely shiny in a game. Finding some treasure, rainbow feathers. Could you bring him to me? Okay, I can try. I don't have very many ho-oh feathers though. I also think... Oh. I probably need to go feather hunting or collecting. Does ho appear randomly, or are there like kind of set-ish times? Is it like every couple of hours since when you started your playthrough? Since when you get online? Hi, Pita. What's up? Whatever my parents are cooking right now, it smells really good. Oh. Like, it's good enough that I wanna, like, pop my head in the kitchen and be like, what's going on, gang? Can I get some of that? On God. Comfy living. Aromatherapy. Wow, I did a scale. Is that called a scale? Or is it more like a... What is it called? Like a triad or whatever? Dun 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 Oh, we can go lower here. Arpeggio? Oh. That reminds me of that. Do you guys know that one song? Da, 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 from the Aristocats? No? No knowers? Over 20 years. I really like that one. I like that one, and I rewatched Alice in Wonderland a lot. I rewatched 101 Dalmatians and the Aristocats a lot. What the heck? There's even more. Except instead of eyes, it's behind this rock. Gold ore! Oh. Oh, cool. Wait, that is the wrong block. Yeah, old Disney was good. Sometimes problematic, but overall pretty good. If I break this rock... Oops. Yo, thank you, Sejong-san, for the reset for 33 months. Welcome back to the Universe. Thank you. No, 3 years. Welcome back to the Universe. Thank you. I appreciate it. I haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you've been well. And thank you so much for the tier 3 as always. You're alive. You're alive. Oh, I think this is... Oh, they're all interconnected. Charcadet. Hello. Please don't hit me. I will say with the glasses covering up my dopey eyes, I look a lot more sinister. What did I get from that? I don't even remember. Do you remember? Do 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 do. Crystal fragments. Do you think you could like name every Pokemon? No. There are definitely some Pokemon that I would not be able to name. I think Hyun would be able to do that really easily. Going for a walk? Okie dokie. Have a good walk. Okay, I'm gonna head out this way. Did I just go the same way? I don't think so. I don't remember how to get out. I don't remember how to get out. Sorry, there was a brief moment of panic. Do you think you could draw most Pokemon that are presented with their name? No. I was never a very good artist to begin with. I mean, I could try. I could maybe do like Gen 1. Oh yeah, I thought I already found the gimme ghoul. Are they talking about something else then that I'm supposed to be finding down there? Well, new Pokemon. Oh, it's Ekans, little baby. Pretty scary, right? That's so weird. I thought I was being super sneaky. Inspect. Ooh, another hint. Tree shaded red tall grass for Doug Trio. Okie dokie. I want to go to Dream Islands too, because we have 2 new dolls. Although we can only use 1 at a time, right? How do I get another furnace? Do you guys know? Will I get a recipe for that at some point? Or do I just gotta buy it? Or do I just gotta duplicate it? Okay. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Let's go. Whoa. That's a lot of plants. Let's harvest some. Do you think you can draw Pokemon from memory? Yeah, but it really depends on like, are you asking if I can do it well? No, but I could. Ooh. Hi, Nico. What's up? Ooh, tree shaded graceful flower bed. Okay. Armor fragment. Oh, this is for Charkadin and stuff, right? I think. The armor? I don't actually know. You can't evolve Pokemon in this game though, I thought. Yeah, so I'm a little confused about the armor drop. Oops. No! Get in the hole. Thank you. Okay, I think I need to make more hamburger steaks. Who you calling a noob? Pushes you. Okay. I'm going to let. Do I have any gravel? No. What up, Torkoal? Oh, thank you. That's quite kind. Okay. Oh. Okay, I also want to build the clefable. Mayhaps here? Okay. And then... yeah, you can cook in this game. Cooking gives you, like, empowered things. Okay, I also kind of want to see whether if I put a bench down and put shrubs on either side. Okay. Okay, you guys decide. Do we want to go to Clefairy Dream Island or do we want to go to Arcanine Dream Island? Let me know. Go Arcanine? Okay. Dude, I wish I had this IRL. I know they have a like a life-size Arcanine doll. I want to go to Dream Island. Yup, that's fine. Wish I had the funds to get a store that lets me make to save. I want all the life-size Pokemon dolls. Oh my god, why am I so loud? I'm so sorry. Oh, we need those Hoppip stores. Come here. Do the mushrooms come in handy? Like, can you make things out of them at the very least? The cave mushrooms? Just food? Oh. Okay. I think we gotta pry out these cotton spores first. Stardust. I wish you could move faster while you are sucking. Cause like, see, I'm sucking and I'm trying to get as much loot as quick as possible, but it's taking a bit longer because you can't move that fast. I wonder where more of the Despot fossils can be found. Ooh, new doll. Hi Kev, thanks for lurking. Huh? Wait, maybe I break grass here. So I can have more of it. She runs like Naruto? I do. In the ninja outfit, it was even funnier than I ran like Naruto. Wow, the tree just floats? Cool. Also, hi crew, Weir. How are you? Okay. Just wanted to watch something chill before bed. Sounds good. We're we're a mostly chill stream. Or if I cut this down, will it give me the seed off the rip? Oh, it does. Oh, I shouldn't have watered them then. Won't be chill once the horrors arrive. Yeah, but that's not for at least another hour, maybe? Why my dog barking? What that dog doing? Can I just take this? I guess I can. Oops, didn't mean to do that. He's really unhappy about something, but I don't know what. Oops. Mirror ball. Oh my god, we can have a disco on this island, you guys. Okay, I think I made one good circuit around the low ground of the island, and I think I need to go explore more of the higher up levels. And there's always like one house per island, I think, so we need to go there. We still haven't, because there are ores on this island and I haven't picked one up yet. Oh yeah, here's his house. Oh, that has like statues and stuff on it. Birdsong Garden. Details. Stylish hedge. I don't think I have a stylish hedge yet. Thank you, Ram Bam, for the reset for 21 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you. How's the latest Mon game going? It's going alright. I think it's going pretty well. Okay, I think I need to Eat Borgor. If you were a gemstone, which one would you be? Are you talking about like in real life? Whatever suits you. I don't know. Maybe I'd be something very basic. But like reliable? I'd like to be reliable. New plan proposal. Our organization is implementing a new plan in the hope of overcoming our past mistakes. Alright. I don't know whether I'm ever gonna need these crates, but I'm gonna just take them just in case. I should probably be prying the gold ore, because I think there's less of that. It's also just really annoying to target. This is so high up. Ah! Exemplative, what's up? What's up with me? We're just on a dream island right now, and I'm trying to harvest the goods. But the block targeting is kind of awkward, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you just get it eventually, because I think this is a pretty snazzy game. Okay. I don't have more hamburg steak, so this about it. And then I'll just try to get all my cotton spores and the rest of the items. Got a mailbox. Do Pokemon send you mail in this game? I wonder if I can empowered cut this. No. It'll probably have to be an empowered smash. Yeah, it'd be very Animal Crossing coded if they sent you mail. Ooh, a sprinkler. Need that. Needed that a lot. And thank you for the wrist stretch. Give me one moment. No, it's not hard on the wrist, but I appreciate nonetheless. Okay. Okay. Hi Dee, good evening. I think I got mostly everything that I needed or wanted. We got a good amount of cotton spores, I believe. Chris Happy Life. I've never heard that one. Yo, what is that? Wait, can the mod please purge that? That might be important numbers. I'm making sure the switches work. Oh, so you're not actually, that's not like an important number? It's not a privacy issue that you need purged? Like, whoa, do not share your phone number here. Okay, thank God. Okay. Dude, why do you start from 9 to 0? I thought most people start from 0 to 9. That's what I do anyways. What's up, low tag? What's up, little buddy? Oh, numpad. Okay. I think maybe... Well, first of all, let me put down... my new sprinkler. I have a lot of... What's up, Driftlin? Thank you, Sammy, for the 20 stream streak. Ooh, adorable head scenes. Oops, did not mean to do that. I don't think I have yet. Is it good? Oh my god, thank you for acknowledging my hard work. Okay, I can put down stone. Why is there a dragon on that tree? Huh? Which tree? Wow, 3 in a row. All bungled up like that. Oh, Applin. Oh, I wish. You think there's an Applin in this game? No. Oh wait, no. Okay, it's in. I mean, I think they're lepa berries. The like default fruit trees. Okay. Doesn't it look kind of nicer? Oh wait, let me fix these. And then yay! Hi, Pyro. I didn't really do much. Look. What? Look at the steps. All the broken tiles fixed. Well, at least until here. And then we need to do more tiles, but... Let me put down some stairs first. Okay. Okay, let me go check on the state of the copper ores, and then I might put in some iron ores. Okay, and then we can, because now we have extra alpine grass, so I can fill in this stupid hole I keep falling into. Okay. thanks for the one singular stick. I really do appreciate that. As soon as one guy gets off, I task the other to work. Boom. Perfect system. Perpetual labor. No one may rest until I deem it okay. Hi Merlin, what's up? What does this one need? Everything needs ore. I mean, this game is good. It's comfy. I like it. Picasso. Oh wait, let me take back these copper ores. Because I think it's more important to finish up Pokemon Center rebuild here. Are there any new Pokemon? We got an Ekans earlier. I don't remember what Pokemon we got today. I mean, we got a couple. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to make them a Graveler. Or not make, summon a Graveler. Yeah, this is like Pokemon Animal Crossing, except I think it's like way better than Animal Crossing just because there's like so much more like stuff to do. And I think like it is like there's a lot more like villagers, and the villagers have like a lot more unique personalities to them and whatnot. Okay, I'm gonna go check out. I'm scoping out the food situation outside, and I'll be right back. Yeah, it's a mix of a lot of things.
They're making chicken and veggie pasta. I need to go pee real quick. BRB. Hello. No, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry. Hi, Brandon. What's up? Yeah, people keep comparing Dragon Quest builders, but I've never played Dragon Quest builders, so I can't make that comparison. But I mean, Eugene did, so I'm sure that's apt. Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back again. Thank you. Oh, Ho-Oh's here. Let me get your shit. Okay. Yeah, no, Eugene and I were discussing this game, and I was, he was like, I'm gonna get Pokopia, and I was like, if you get Pokopia, you gotta have like videos squared away. Cause you know how he's like been doing daily uploads on the I'm a Cutie Pie YouTube channel, and I'm like, yeah, you need at least like, you need to queue up your videos if you're gonna play Pokopia, because knowing Eugene, like he's gonna get hella addicted and like play a lot within the first couple of days. Drink some and spit it out to make things wet is a crazy thing to say. Interesting. I'm not playing on the Pro Controller. I do have the Pro Controller, but this one is like a... Look, it has a Pikachu on it. Isn't that cute? Yeah, but I think this is compatible with like Switch 1 and Switch 2. But the Pro Controller is really nice. I feel like the Pro Controller is probably like best suited for games that like actually require like finesse. Like Kirby Air Riders. Let's make it moist in here meme, so that seems that. Dude, it's because... No, it's let's make it humid. Like, let's make it moist because, like, there's a quest where you have to make it humid. I swear to God, Bulbasaur is not a pervert. Okay. I want to go to the beach. Yeah, I think people were saying that the mouse function is probably for the Joy-Cons are best, but I don't really like using Joy-Cons. Yeah, I mean, Drifloon was like, ooh, I miss children. And I was like, why do you miss children? A little suspicious, Drifloon. You're not beating the allegations.
New Pokemon? Oh, Golbat. Hello. You're telling me you made this spot here? Dang, that's really something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Be grateful. B word. And the B don't stand for bat. Why is all the electricity off? Okay. Thank you for my bricks. I need you to make more bricks. Why are we Naruto running? That's just how the game is. We Naruto run from the day we are born to the day we die. Hi JRD, by the way, what's up? Slurp. Okay. Wow, food time, guys. Food time. Chicken and vegetable pasta. Like the pasta's made out of veggies. Yummy. Oh, it's hot. Okay. Do you guys want to have just the game and the music on as background? Or do you want to watch a YouTube video while we eat and then segue into Resident Evil? Actually, no. We'll probably still play more Pokopia after lunch. I mean, dinner. Because I still need to check up on the Withered Wastelands. But we are definitely playing Resident Evil today. I'm enjoying it a lot. I feel like if you're a really big Resident Evil fan, and you particularly like Leon Kennedy in general, you're gonna like this one. You're gonna like Grace's part if you like sort of like Ethan's vibes, I think, in like the later Resident Evils, and then you're gonna like obviously like the rest of the game because I feel like it's really putting kind of like a close to Leon Kennedy's like whole like narrative cycle.
pear for dessert. Yummy. Are you gonna play it soon, Merlin? Marathon, how's that? Yeah, we're eating chimkin and vegetable pasta. But the vegetable pasta is in some kind of cheesy sauce. No, I'm not implying that. It's more like, because even I know, because I watch a lot of Resident Evil retrospectives, so even though I didn't start with 2 or play 2, that it starts at Raccoon City, right? The outbreak and whatnot. And we're at Raccoon City after the devastation. So we're seeing the aftermath. Is what I meant. Oh, I don't really like extraction shooters, unfortunately. But it's good to know that you find it fun. Hey, hey. Just because he's old doesn't mean he's old, you know? Hi, Dash. What's up? Very good, Chimki. Hi, Baldy. What's up? I keep seeing memes where, like, people were like, wow, thank you, Mr. Gray, for another 5 gifted. What the hell? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hi, Mr. Gray. I hope you're well today. Why are you gifting me subs on your own birthday? Happy birthday! Shall we sing happy birthday to you, Mr. Gray? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to the supposed cousin of Brenda Song and Suni Lee. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Let's go, Mr. Gray. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking some time out of your birthday to drop by here and spend some time with us. Okay, I will say though, the chicken to pasta ratio is like, there's not enough pasta for the chicken. So I must eat more plain chicken per bite so that I can get some pasta. Enough pasta for the end game. Aren't I your third favorite streamer? I don't think I'm most people's favorite streamers. I'm pretty sure Hyun is your favorite, no, Mr. Gray? Dude, I'm not eating this cleanly. So I'm glad you cannot see the bottom half of my setup right now. Oh, is it actually Cutie? Is it Cutie, Hyun, me? I'm pretty sure that's the order. You're def second for me, thank you. I know I'm Necron's favorite. I must be Necron's favorite. If I come second to Telfer, I will literally kill myself. Thank you, Merlin. I appreciate that. Because Necron found me first, I'm pretty sure. And then he started watching Telfer because of me. So if he jumped ship and became... and Telfer was his favorite streamer. Like, no offense to Telfer. But I think that's insulting to me. You don't have to lie about not knowing who Telfer is. Like, I know you watch Telfer. You're just def in contention for number one. Is it Skara? I think okay. I think the trio, I flip-flop between being people's third favorite, fourth favorite streamer, especially if it's involving Cutie and Hyun. I feel like we share like a lot of demographic. And then it's like Skara, Cutie. My rap said that was like 3 to 4% of your total chats or something crazy. That is kind of crazy. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Fuck, he just has so much more aura compared to me, bro. What the fuck am I supposed to do? You are my comfort streamer. Thank you. That means a lot. That means a lot, but I'm pretty sure. Heading to sleep. Have a good stream. Thank you, Kruger, for stopping by. Have good sleep. Good night. Thank you, Swear, for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch now so I can more pop a thank you. You're my favorite because you say a lot of out-of-pocket shit and it's really funny. I don't know whether those are reasons I want to be your favorite streamer, though. I like the you're really funny. No, you didn't even say you're really funny. You said it's really funny. Miss Julia and Huge are ties for my first spot. You know what? I'm not mad about that at all. Don't read too into it, but I must read into it. You just the Gen Z auntie trying to keep up with the youngins. I feel that's just I feel hurt because I feel like that's true. It's not like I want to fit in. It's that I don't want to be not in the know. Like when somebody is like uses some slang, I'm like, what the fuck? When did that come up? What happened? And then I'll like learn about what it is, and then I'll overcorrect by having that be my like new like Gen Alpha slang of the month, or not month, week. Okay. Sorry, I got a new wireless mouse for my streaming PC, but if I don't like wake it up periodically, like it just goes to sleep. PP was my #1 until the Yujathon. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub. Enjoy your Ditto badge. Dinner was good. I mean, I still want to do I think my goal is to do one subathon this year, just because I feel like you guys really enjoyed like the perpetuity, the endless streaming. But and I think this is like probably my last chance to be able to do it before I have full-time school again in the fall. But I still have to complete my last subathon incentives and whatnot. The school is bleh, and I'm not looking forward to paying tuition either. But I also have only 2 years left, so going back to college in a week on spring break right now. Should we do something to your college? I need to stop. I really need to stop making jokes like that. Please respond to at least 3 discussion posts on Canvas before doing your subathon. I think I'd rather die. Double down? But see, I'm pretty sure if I double down, I'm actually gonna get like suspended or banned. One of you guys are sure to eventually become a narc and report me, and then I'll eat a week suspension, or perhaps indefinitely. You're in Long Beach? Oh my god, we're neighbors. Not really, but that's like still Southern California. I've reported every stream and nothing has happened, so what the flick, man? My off was on the inside this entire time. You're in Anaheim, you just didn't want to go to CSU. What is F? What does the F stand for? Hi, Blue. How are you? Fullerton. I don't think Fresno has a California State University. You want a SoCal? It's gonna be 90s starting from next week, apparently. I don't think you want a SoCal. IDK, anything about Cali? I go to school in the Northeast. Did you, grow up in the Northeast? I would take 40 degrees and rainy over 90 degrees, I'm not gonna lie. I think I can handle 80 degrees. 90 degrees is when I get uncomfortable. It snowed yesterday for me. That's so disgusting. In March? Still in March? Unless, like, you're at a ski resort or something. Man, in Vegas we had 110. Okay. That I don't remember much of Vegas because it was not nothing to Vegas, but it was not a great time in my life, so I think I cleared out a lot of memory. And also I didn't go outside very much in Vegas. New York. Oh. Do you go to school in New York too? New York has some pretty good schools. Wait, Doctor University. So I know whether I can rely on you in the future for some services. Like if you're going to Colombia for law, let me know. Cause like Julia told me that one of her community members like was a technician, like an internet technician. So he got her a really good deal for fiber internet in her area, and I was like, why don't you guys do that for me? Huh? Where is my discounted fiber package, huh? What are we? Don't you want me to succeed? Don't you want me to be free of technical issues? If you ever open a restaurant, call me and I will help sell you equipment. Really? What if I wanted to open a cafe? Would you actually be able to help me with that? I was accepted to Columbia, but decided to go to the better and superior pre-med school in Pennsylvania. Oh, I don't need another doctor in my life. Sorry, Goosey. I have the one father doctor that's a little traumatizing. But still, I knew you were a smart last person. Okay. Seashore grass. Seashelled seashore by the seashore. Been looking into consulting in finance lately? Okay, maybe I have a need of that. Can you do taxes? It's not enough that I force my my Pokemon to work for me. Now I'm gonna force my Universe members to come work for me. Neon flooring. Ooh. Sweatshop. Pokopia. Pokopia. Give me your flute. Oh wow, that's a lot of twine from the spinnerack habitat. No use based off your profession. Well, why don't you dox your profession first before you make the... Oh, man. The junk is coming back. You're a truck driver? If I ever move, could you? See, when you're as quick-witted, or not quick-witted, when you're as opportunistic as I, anything can become an opportunity or something of use, you know? I'm just kidding though. Where's Biblop? Biblop. Biblop, there's a dirty patch on the beach. We must clear it. Not here.
Donde? Hello. Thank you for the bricks. Can you make more bricks though, Torchic? Thank you, Aroken Eater, for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch notif so I can more properly thank you. Am I of use as a physical therapist or is that too doctor adjacent? No, that is of use, but okay. Don't physical therapists have to touch you? I don't know. I don't know whether we're ready for that. I trust you guys, but do I trust you guys that much? I don't know. Okay, so there's no... I can take this. Where do I get my... Are there any storage boxes I put around here? I think there's one over here, right? Let's go together. Where do you want to go? Can you follow me first? Nope, okay. Let's make a waterfall? How? Slurp a whole bunch of water from this pond? Is there any Pokemon who can? Okay. Marshy tall grass? Thank you, Chew, on this for the reset for 3 months. Welcome back to the YouTubers. Thank you, thank you. Hello, how are you? Okay, we just need one more grass. Grass. Oh, frick, it doesn't seem like there's grass. Whoa! And I don't have brick tiling. Nope. What is marshy tall grass? Yellow tall grass and muddy water. How am I supposed to get muddy water? Oh wait, I think I know. This is muddy water, right? Where's my grass? Where did I put it? Did I not pick it back up? Middle page 1. Oh. Thank you. Yay. Maybe it's good also to make this for later. Let me see whether there's anything I can buy at the Pokemon Center with my spores. My favorite Pokemon is Swadloon. Swadloon. Oh, this is cute. No! This looks super cute. That was a whole 10. Oh my god, all of these are 10. Oh my god. You're trying to rob me. Okay. Whoa. That is big. Never mind. I do not want to place that here, I don't think. Oh. need to get cardboard boxes. Okay, I already knew about that. I think. Shall we get one more cushion? These prices are crazy. Hoppip is literally running a scam. Just because they have a monopoly over the Pokemon sensor system doesn't mean that you can have these prices like this. You can literally only visit a Dream Island once a day. Unbelievable. Dude, this does look really cute though. Okay, let's see whether Wooper is there, and then after we can try making a waterfall, and then after we're going to the wastelands. Paldean Wooper! Oh! Oh yeah, poison ground type. Wait, can you... Wait, can you... Can you... Can you... You really... 3 of them? Yeah, you can have these tomatoes. Oh my god, I spit way more now. I wanna try it out. Oops. Press. What? Spit it out. It's kind of yucky. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, you guys. Okay. You know, I don't know whether I like this. Why? Why is it like this? Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm never making a pond again, I guess. Wait, did I... Okay. Okay, we did it. We made a waterfall. Yay. Dude, this was all so... Like, I went over here so I could collect ho-oh feathers. But, yeah, I don't even know where my storage box here is. Well, let me place some food down for Growlithe. Hi, Pikachu. How you doing? Okay. Let's make... Oh, I need to make two toys. Yay. I mean, you can watch or consume Pokopia gameplay or play it yourself. I don't want to deprive you of that. It's just that, like... Yeah, maybe if you think that I haven't experienced something and you don't have to tell me about it just quite that moment, right? Like, I had a storage box somewhere around here. Did I not? Oh, there's a hint over here. No hint? Okay, maybe it's in the withered. Hi, Inadept. What's up? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so Ivysaur and Venusaur live together. I think I might make a different home for me and Bulbasaur to live together. Wow, level 6. That's really nice. Okay. So you can buy Pokemetal now. Yeah, me and Bulba. Box to the rhythm habitat hint. Interesting. Refreshing locker room habitat hint. I haven't seen any of these other than the bench. What the helly? Okay. Any feathers? Okay, here are the feathers. Okay. And then apparently there's a big Pokemon out at the sea, so maybe we say hi to Kyogre or something. All the shop items are the same with hop up at the counter. I love Shy Shy Life. I don't think there's Ivy breeding in this game. This is more like a social game than like a breeding. Like, Pokemon don't battle in this game. You're just being friends with them. Yeah, vibe type game. Yeah, I would be put to work. I'd kind of be scared for myself, I ain't gonna lie. Whoa, Slow King! Ooh. Is that it? No Kyogre? Oh wait, we can finish our Team Rocket initiation too. I have enough wheat. Cascade like bad. Shibi! Okay, I don't have paper. How do you make paper? Interesting. Hey, move aside. What's up, War Turtle? How's your comfort level? You want some food? Look at this. Here's some food for you. I think Glass Squirtle and War Turtle are so easy, and they just eat all the time. Field grass. Maybe I place this right here. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. That's also not what I meant to do. Oh, that's so much better. Holy, that's so much better. Okay, now we go back to Rocky Ridges. Okay. I'm gonna put some of my other stuff away. Appraise my relics. Yeah, I already got the Wobbuffet Wobber. Oh, I hear another legendary bird off in the distance. Ooh, lucky egg. Oh, it's Lugia. Ow. Hey. What did I want to do? Maybe you'll enjoy this, Lotad. I don't know. Oh, I wanted to put some stuff away. Wait, my lamp is so cute. The orange meteor lamp. Maybe I share it. What up, Larvitar? Gotcha. Kind of rude to say, I gave them 2 balloons. You're not happy with your balloons? How is it, guys? Is it kind of swanky? Big male living space energy? No. What the flick? I thought I was doing a good job. Oh, maybe if I drop down there? Huh. Okay, no, I just got incinerated. So that was not a wise choice. I didn't mean to. I thought I could make the jump. I don't think I can go up the lava. Hey. Lost relics? Oh. What does he want? Okay. Interesting. I mean, I can try. Okay. They don't want fossils? No, I don't want a smooth rock. I've already gotten a smooth rock before. Give me something else, you son of a biscuit. You son of a biscuit! Good night, Rai. I don't know whether I like this exchange. Oh no, that was pretty. I don't want the music mat. I already got... Okay, he's just giving me things that I already have. Am I just getting really unlucky? I don't get what Score Bunny wants. Does Score Bunny want to be gimme cool? Or is it like the radio? Okay, I think maybe it's the radio. Oh, is it a Rotom music thingy? This is a Pokemon. I thought it was just a freaking. Oh my god, it's Rotom speaker. Boo-yo! I'm not a human, yo. Plasma Pokemon. Guess I won't waste any more time just sitting around. Rotom speaker. Rope. I can make rope now? What good is rope? Okay. There's so many Pokemon around here that use yo. Okay. I think we shall save and quit. Ah, never mind. Save and quit for now. And then it's time to move on to Resident Evil very soon. Gotta change display. Turn off my controller. Hi, you. How's your day? My day's okay. I'm a little tired right now. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, not doing bad at all today. Well, I mean, since beginning stream, it's been good. I would say. Cause earlier it was not we were not in the best mood, but at least I have you guys, and you guys almost always make my day better. Very rare for stream to make my day worse. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna be updating some stuff in my Steam, even though it is not necessary in order to play RE. Yeah, almost always. I think it's like maybe only like once in a blue moon that one of you guys pisses me off so bad that like I low-key have an aneurysm over it. Okay.
Hi, Jelly Mellow. What's up? What numbers? Oops. There we go. Why are we in just chatting? I changed it to Resident Evil. The number of times we piss you off? Ew. I changed my title. Okie dokie. That's because I'm the best dog thing. I only have one dog thing. Dong sing. Okay. Well, good luck to us, gang. I don't even know where to go. We gotta do the power thing. Not running. Hi, Kirby. I'm feeling a little bit better than before. Need a key to unlock it? Okay, what can you unlock? Old Leon would have wabam through that. Just saying. I don't know how to get to these places. Where do I go? Can I go back to the NF building? Thank you, Mr. Goosu, for the 3-stream streak. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so this is inaccessible too. Miss Nikki, are you lagging or something? Naps are important. I am always a proponent of naps. Oh, we can go underground here. Dude, he is grunting. I don't have many bullets. Well, I didn't watch lore recap, but I kind of know what this game entails, or like what RE2 entailed. Okay. Lots of cigarette butts on that couch. There. Whoa! Oh wait, this is the spider. That scared me. How do we... How do we get out of here? Yeah, thank you, Corvus, for the sub. Welcome to the YouTubers. Enjoy your Resident Evil badge if you didn't have it already. Ugh. This is so bad. I don't know where to go. This is maybe worse than Grace. Oh, I do not like that ambiance. Thanks for the ammo. I don't like the resurgence of music.
Yeah, my favorite memes lately on Twitter though are like the are like the ones where they're like, "Oh, what would Leon Kennedy like? Would Leon Kennedy survive Silent Hill?" And then it's like he looks like a fungi monster, and he's like, "I don't know whether I'm into fungi." Shoots it, but you might be growing on me. Dude, where am I supposed to go? Is there a door here? Can I go through this? No? Okay. Can I hit this? That's very creaky. Wabam. Monster? Just kidding. No. Wabam. Okay. You can only go through the first floor, I guess. Hand grenade. Thank you. Gunpowder small. Nothing in this one. Heartbreaking.
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
Well, now that you mentioned that, Leon, that's... Oh, I don't like this music. I don't like this music at all. Ah! Oh, shit! Okay. Oh, crap.
Eat this.
Oh, what the fuck? Why can't I throw this? Oh, 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 oh! Are we good? Dude, the axes won't let it be thrown. Please stop rattling. Okay, are we good here? I think we're good here. Any more? Any... Ah! Okay. I didn't actually want there to be more. I said that more so like just wanting to make sure that I don't get jump scared later, but then I got jump scared now. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Hits button.
Busted. I'll have to shoot it down.
He must have incredible upper body strength to be able to jump these half broken ladders like so. Sorry. I knew about this guy, but I didn't know about the close left guy, so I got really startled when he was like just up in my face. My bad. No. Oh, that's cool. Oh! What? What the fuck is that? Dude, I couldn't even see the guy who threw whatever, and then he knocked me off. It's actually so bullshit. Okay. And my gun doesn't register long range. That's cool. Oh! And I missed. Oh! I don't need it. Why is this one so tanky? Did I spit on him? Jeez. Jeez Louise. No, I don't like that. Wait, let me get some loot first before all this. Okay. Anything else in
Bad news,
here?
Sherry. This place is overrun with zombies.
What? That's impossible. They should have all been wiped out by the missile.
Yeah, they should have.
When he said that line right there, yeah, they should have. Loki, he sounded like Joe Swanson from Family Guy. Yeah, they should have. Peter. Any Fulio? Hi, Noah. What's up?
There should be a part for the detonator somewhere around here.
Is it here?
Sherry, found the distributor. 2 more parts and I can jerry-rig the detonator for that gate.
Great. Can you see any more from your position?
I know the BSAA camp. That should have the signal receiver. relays over there, huh? That should be a fun trip.
Cool.
Got the location for those parts. Going to collect them now.
Okay. I'll look into the BSAA in the meantime.
Hi, Jack. What's up? Okay. We should go to the gas station for some fuel. There's a lot of zombies over there. Can I go down with this elevator? Okay, and then let's see whether I can... Okay. I'm gonna get one body armor and then rifle ammo. Nice. Glad that your doggo's chilling. How do I get to the gas station? I guess only time will tell. Well, I hate this. I don't like the music. Can I go in through here? I can. Dark as fuck. Dark as balls. Oh. Stealth is not something I know very well. I ain't gonna lie. Scrap. I like scrap. Okay. I mean, we can try here. Cool. So cool. When a battery dies, you'll need to get a new one from either the sewage facility or the underground parking garage. This does seem like a lot of fetching. Gunpowder large. A slot for a crank. Okay. Cool. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. You have to descend. I hate that. This feels like something might just fall down from the sky and hit me. Like if I drop down... I drop down, try to walk across. No, no, no. I just heard some rumblings. Hate that.
Here.
Guess there must be more here. Of course. Kaboom! Kerplow! Oh shit! Oh god. Okay. I need ammo. Give me that ammo. Thank you. Dude, I didn't even see him on my screen, and he can get him from there. Oh, from above. Oh! Yeah, I think I gotta turn aim assist off. Cause I swear sometimes it like throws my shots off. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Okay, options. Aim assist off. I mean, to be fair, I'm also playing on easy mode, so I don't really know
Some kind of bridge to get over there.
realistically. Where am I supposed to throw this to? How do I get a bridge? Is a bridge just gonna magically appear for me or what? Hi, very surprised. What's up? Oh, it's moving. Rest in peace, my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. Kerbloom, kerplow. Okay, I got one battery. Please don't jump scare me. I know I look like Leon Kennedy, but really I'm just a chud. I'm just a scared chud. Oh, well, we're literally, haha. Because I have to go back up. I'm gonna turn you down so I also don't get jump scared. That might be wise. Crank slot. I still don't know how to... Get the crank slot. Oh, I guess I have to go left? Question mark? I never went up here. Oh, shit! No. No, no, no. Do not throw me off. I don't wanna drop down. You're telling me I have to drop down? I have to go P2, man. Ah! Are you dead? Dude, it's so dark. I hate it in here. Oh, what the fuck? What are these noises? Oh. Is he still up top? Oh, are there more inside? There's no way, right? Oh, no. Yep. Cool. Oh! Ah! No, I tried to parry, you son of a gun. Aw, man, reload. Submachine gun? I don't have room for these. Yeah. Oh, there's more ammo? Oh, don't mind me. I love me some ammo. Is that outside or is this on the... Where's this loot? Oh, I think... Yeah. Okay. Hi, Rossville. What's up? I only have 20 handgun ammo. That's no bueno. Okay, 30. 30, not too shabby. Oh. You think if I drop, I'll be rewarded? I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Is there a zombie in here too? Oh. Never mind. Oh, I missed? I didn't miss there? Okay. Okay. Oh, I still don't have enough ammo. These motherfuckers. Okay. And now we go up. No, we definitely cannot do first person. Do you want me to fucking die? Oh, shit. I must, at all times, see the sturdy, dependable back of Leon Kennedy. Non-negotiable. Very true, Excel. Screech! Wait, I didn't get the signal receiver. La Bamba. But I have to go back here for the signal receiver, right? Is the signal receiver on, like, height, though? Is that supposed to be a phone? Oh, is this body cam footage?
and eliminated them. That's correct, sir. Do we proceed?
So the rumors were true? What rumors? The missile wasn't just about stopping the spread. Don't be ridiculous.
Affirmative. Listen up. Our objective hasn't changed. We rendezvous with the advanced party in the center of Raccoon City, then head for Ark. Our mission is to retrieve Elpis. Move out!
Why is this guy not following the squadron from the get-go? That initial shot was like purely for setup now. Oh my god. Holy shit. Dude, these must be the snipers of the century. What the fuck? Oh shit. Oh, it's this guy. Huge on Vantage? I wish, bro.
I thought I had a short fuse.
What are we doing here?
All in good time. You'll see.
Yeah, his aim was crispy. I was low-key kind of jealous. Like 80% body shot, 80% headshots, and even the 20% still crippling leg shots. Okay. Should I go back here? Oh wait, no. Let's go to Central Camp and upgrade my gear a little bit.
Send some footage your way, Sherry.
What the hell?
Jack Lynn, white suit. Can you find anything on him?
Yeah, hold on. The database is coming up empty.
So there are ghosts involved.
I just think it's so funny how he's Sorry, I know that's not really supposed to be funny, but I'm finding it funny. Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay. Because I just use my handgun the most, so it's good to spec it out. Question mark. Okay.
Okay. Oh, this is a cool laser sight, bro. Honestly, wish they brought it to Apex. Dude, you know what would have been insane Apex collab? Apex X Resident Evil. Holy. I would slurp that shit up, on God. Okay, I need fuel. There's no power. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Wow, that is pretty silent. Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Guys. I think I need more ammo. Ah! I don't have enough. Bleh, bleh. Wait, did I equip everything? I think I did, right? Yeah, so it's just me. I'm just a piece of shit bad shot. Ada Wong Pathfinder skin is crazy. Oh, crank shot? Oh. Okay, I gotta go. All the way back. Thank you, Lava Man, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you, thank. Oh, wait, no. I am needing a crank shot. Is it somewhere here, though? No. Crank slot. And then the signal receiver is it inside where I was? Dude, I'm so lost. How did I get to here? Do you guys even remember? I don't even remember. Oh, I guess I had to go all the way through here. And then here, and then here. And then yeah, I don't. Oh my god. Life sucks when you're geographically challenged. You just feel like a chud for the whole of your life, pretty much. Okay. I go up here. Ugh. Okay, so it is like all the way up on the roof. But how do I get on the roof?
Any knowers? Open your... Oh. What did I even come to this section for? Was it just for epic loot? Okay.
Damn, they brought in the big guns.
Okay. None of my guns are machine guns, right? Should I just drop? Well, it's like compact enough, I suppose. I need to go pee. It's not because I'm scared. I'm a little scared, but I mostly have to go pee because, you know, the accumulation of fluids and like I have not a big bladder. I believe you. Do you really? I'm like, I really want you to believe me. Okay, BRB. BRB, BRB. Run? I'm not running. Okie dokie. It's getting warm in my room. Ugh. Micturate? Is that a word for peeing? I guess because defecate is for pooing? I've just never heard such words before. Oh, I forgot to paste my TikTok. Uh-oh. Well, let me do it now. No, I wash my hands. I'm very good at washing my hands. Okie dokie. Wait, no, I have to wait for it to finish uploading. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I posted a TikTok if you guys would like to support. Otherwise, back to gaming. Whoo. No, no, don't do that. No, no, no. I really don't like that. Racking a crank I am. Uh-oh. So how am I supposed to keep climbing up if I don't have crank and the passages are continuously blocked? Twiddles my finger. Oh, they want me to drop here. They want me to drop and they want me to fight some mobs and I don't. Oh. Oh my god. Is that from the second floor? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Ow! Dude, they keep giving me machine gun ammo. I don't want to use no machine gun. Give me handgun ammo. You B-words. Hello, Leon's... What now? Huh? Okay. Okay, now we can go back and use the prank, I suppose. I mean, it's just most easily, like, accessible and, like, good at handling, so... Good night, Sejong Sim. Thanks for stopping by. Nope. Oh! Whoa! 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 Oh. They did not give me handgun ammo, these sons of bitches. Dude, I might actually need to go buy some at some point. Are these the stairs? These are the stairs I climbed up, right? Hi, Juan. Good morning. Did I go the wrong way? Can I climb up any of this for some of the loot? No? Okay. Nope. Okay. One more time? Okay. Let me just go buy some ammo. Alright. My disappointment is immeasurable. No, it's left. It doesn't even let you buy infinite ammo. It's a finite piece of ammo. This game! Ah! I still don't know how to get the signal receiver. Oh, man. No power still. So we went through here. We got the crank. Or okay, it's telling me I have to go in here. I'm so confused. What the fuck? Okay. What does this mean for us? Oh, okay.
One part should be just up here.
Yeah, but let's loot first. What do you think's in there, you guys? Let's go back down. Maybe it's a uber important secret delicioso weapon. Ooh, 5,100 credits. Yummy. Yummy, yummy. What if it was the rocket launcher? But if it was in that case and it fell from that height, I'm sure it would have went kaboom. Kablow. Hi, Firefly. What's up? Hi, boss dog. Okay, so all these are barricaded, so I'm just assuming that we go up and we face more rooftop zombies. Ruh-roh. What the hell? Oh, that's no good. Is he dead? Oh, I think I did kill him. Oh! Maybe not. Where's the other one? Uh-oh. Jeez. Where is it coming from? Oh. There's one more. Oh shit. Oh! Okay. Oh shit. Oh! Okay, that's cool. That's really cool. Get up, get up. I think I'm wasting a lot of my meds here. I don't know. Is that where it is? Uh-oh. Dude, I took the shot! It'd be really nice if I could have some handgun ammo, by the way. Oh my god, there's still a guy. Or there's just more of them? From where? Oh god. Go grab a repair kit from container 2 in the central camp. Are we over here? Are we donezos? Okay, I mean, I'm assuming so because of the music and whatnot, but damn, that was rough. That was not my finest work, I cannot lie. Okay, I guess I accidentally let... Oh, shit. Okay.
Okay. Oh, freaking finally some ammo. Okay.
Found the signal receiver. Or at least what's left of it.
Okay, one component left. By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government surveillance.
And then I gotta go to Central
Looks
Camp.
like my fan base is growing.
Hi, generic. What's up?
Things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
I don't like the audio change. When the music speeds up like that, something is wrong. Okay. Repair this. Okay.
Phew.
Okay. What do I have to do here? Other than save, which I already did, but I'm gonna do it again. Hi, Sparta. Well, I don't have any. Okay. What are... Okay, get some fuel. Search for a repair kit. Repair kit should be around here? Question mark. Thank you, Madoka, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. No, I guess not here. Enjoy your Resident Evil badge. Oh, a bike. That's kind of cool.
Beautiful. Just need to get through that gate.
Okay, and then we need to get fuel by going to the gas station and then going to the relay, maybe. I don't actually know. Oh, crap.
Wait. Well, how the darn tootin' heck do I get inside? Any knowers? If I shoot it, will it... What's the question? I'm supposed to get some gas, some fuel, but I don't know how to go get the fuel. Wait, there's stairs here somehow. Oh, this one. And that's why they have the yellow binding, yellow paint. For dum-dums like me. Mm. Yay! My second stealth kill. Yeah, babe. I love ammo. Give me that ammo. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Die. Ah! You son of a bitch, skit. You just had to do that to me. I hate this game, man. Just when I think I'm coasting and doing well, it's like, you're an idiot.
Gotta fill this up.
He chopped my fucking toesies. I didn't like that. I can assure you I did not like that. Oh wait, I ran past some scrap. No. Oh my god.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Hello. Are there more? Was that it? Surely that wasn't it. Oh yeah. Thank you, Alterable Spark, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh shit! Uh-oh. Wait, I wanna... no, don't Uh-oh. Ah! Oh, I'm on fire. No, no, no. That's no bueno. Oh, shit. You're just gonna tank that when it's like chalking your Thor. Ah! What the fuck? Why isn't it dying? Jeez. Jeez Louise. Yo, but thank you, Alterable Spark, for the 5 gifted subs. If you received a sub from Alterable Spark, please thank them for their generosity and welcome to the YouTubers. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got so jump scared by that whole shebang. Loot? Some tasty loot for all my troubles. Only 3 handgun ammo. Okay, frick you too, I guess. Dude, when you guys said I was only halfway, I was like, surely I'm more than halfway, no? And then, yeah, this fetch quest is actually taking so long. Wait, I left behind some currency. Oh, 'cause this guy was like a big boss. Oh, you can go chainsaw versus chainsaw? Frick, that would have been so cool. Collect the detonator parts. No, I have to go to... Do I have enough gas? Behind you. Suck a... Okay. Uh-oh. Well, I have a lot of rifle ammo, actually.
But I still can't craft handgun ammo, these sons of bitches. No, I have scrap. I just don't have the small gunpowder. I only have big gunpowder. Hmm. Where did my loot fall to? What the fuck? My loot! Uh-oh. 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 Dude, I really like the sniper rifle. Also with M&K, it's much better handling. Oh, finally, finally. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Yippee. Fell on the other side of the red thing? Oh, thank you, thank you. Crouches. Yippee. Is this the right way, or am I supposed to be going? I guess. I mean, I think we're supposed to go on the rooftop here, and I just got distracted because of the loot. Or do we? I don't know. Can I vault over this? No. Okay, so I guess ladder down by truck. Ah. This one? Oh, like down. Ah, shit. Don't love that. What the frick? How am I supposed to get through this? No, I did pick up the loot on the other side. I missed the opening like 3 times. I did? Oh, you're talking about this one? Did I not pick up the loot? I thought I did. Okay, let me just check one more time.
Oh, there's less loot. Well, we already got fuel. We're at like the second fuel generator area, and I think our last thing is to try to get the. Yeah, I don't see any more loot markings on the ground. You guys are starting to piss me off. I literally got this loot. I got all the loot. Down there are stairs on your left. Yeah, if you're gonna backseat, at least be super specific about the backseating so I don't have to get angry. Because you're like, you missed it. Okay, well, bitch, tell me where it is. Don't underestimate the loot gobbler. Yeah, thank you, Coffee the League, for the 7 stream streak. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Dude, this is so narrow. Like, why would anyone expect me to get that right the first time? The first 4 times. The loot gobbler. Okay. It's so dark. Even with the flashlight, it's so tiny. Oh, shit. Are there more? Like more big mama spiders? That would suck a lot. Uh-oh. Okay. Big Requiem ammo. Okay. Oh, this is where we came from in the beginning. Because I was like, look at the cigarettes on the fucking couch. That's crazy. Not again. Not again, you bastard. Stay down. Dude, I hate this game so much. Dude, that's the second time this stream I got scared by the exact same type of zombie. Do I just shoot every fucking one with a head then? You there? You gonna grab at my fucking ankles? Guess again. Guess again, bitch. What about you? You have a head? No, you have a head though. That's spamming jump scares to me. I don't know about y'all, but I thought that an unhandled exception occurred. Did my game crash? Report data is being generated. The game crashed unexpectedly. No! We are sorry for the inconvenience. No! 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 When was the last time I saved? It's okay. Probs auto saved. Please. Please. Wait, okay, it's like loading my crash tool thingy. So I don't want to like restart the game. No, I guess I just will restart the game. Dude, that's so unlucky. Sorry, I gotta resume it. Oh, and then my controller dropped. Checking add-ons. Please do not turn on your game. I'm a little upsetty. Okay. Nice. We are pretty much where we were, I think, then. Uh-oh. Oh! He keeps juking me! He's actually juking me, this blisterhead. Did you see that? He's crouching under my fucking shot. Oh my god. I'm actually world's greatest gamer, and it's not me, it's the NPC. Okay. Thank you, Sparta, for the sub. Please make sure to share it Twitch notice so I can more properly thank you. Ooh. Only when the scope is not equipped. I need that scope. Yeah, thank you, Sparta, for the reset for 7 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. I left something behind. Really? I don't know. I don't think my eyesight is good enough for that. Oh, here's the scrap. How might one continue onwards? Question mark. Am I not supposed to be here? Question mark. Or am I supposed to go through there? I don't like these noises. Can you hear it too? Well, I really don't like that. What the fuck am I supposed to hear? I don't know where to go. Oh, am I supposed to go lower? Wait, I'm pretty sure I've gone down here before though, no? Oh, but I guess I missed a lot of stuff. Oh, this is when I was getting continuously jump scared.
Leon, do you still think about what happened there
Every day.
that night? I was just a kid.
Am I supposed to go back?
Confused. I imagine Grace must feel the same right now.
Sorry.
Sorry. This isn't the time. We need to focus.
Back to camp? Really? Okay. can see the light. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Well, I mean, we already. Okay, so the two places that needed the fuel. Oh, we have to go to the logistics warehouse. Okay. Da 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 da. Dude, I wish I was somebody who remembered lyrics very well. Okay. I didn't appreciate Tangled enough as a kid. That movie was a banger. Yeah. Quite a supply box. This is a supply box, right? Yeah, okay. I need to go to logistics warehouse, I think. I don't really know how to get in, though. Oh. Do I go in through... What the fuck? Dude, I can't read a map! I don't know how to read maps! Do I have to go in through the apartments? Oh. Take the elevator at base and then backtrack a little. Okay, okay. See, and then people earlier were complaining about how I have to refer to walkthrough. It's because I'm directionally challenged. And even more so when I'm in fight or flight mode. And I'm mostly in flight mode. Huzzah! Oh, I wanted to just drop down, but okay, you do you. If your ankles are a little bit not what they used to be, I understand. Surely there are streamers that fare a little worse than me, no? Maybe. Oh, zipline time?
Right, I can use that.
Yippee! I love my job! Do you think that's his internal monologue when he does stuff like that? Ring around the rosy. Okay. Just making sure. Don't want to get grabbed again. I have a feeling there's people there. He comes back as a blisterhead. People there. You hate to hear it. You hate to see it. Elevator out of service. There's going to be a battle. You really like it without the scope? That's wild. Oh, should I? Okay, wait a minute. I didn't know I could do that. Do you miss Grace? A little bit, but also, like, being Grace is way scarier than being Leon, you know? Like, even if I'm momentarily scared as Leon, it's like, in the end, I got this. Kind of. And I have a melee weapon all the time. She doesn't have a signature hand axe. What did I even get from there? Was that worth it? Oh my god. I have a lot of... Okay, hold up a second. What do I want to make? Which... I am dropping this. I have rifle. I'm dropping this as well. Handgun, shotgun. Okay, I think we can wait for now. Herb? I only have... Oh, wait. I can combine. I don't like the music. I really don't like this. What the fuck? Oh, I really don't like this. What the fuck? What is this perspective shit? Am I supposed to make a running jump for it? Oh shit. This is actually giving me a headache. This is really giving me a headache. Oh my god. I think I have to go this way? Do I not?
Need to figure out how to get over there.
Well, sorry! I don't know how. Okay. Oh, Jesus. What part are you up to? I don't know. Raccoon City. Raccoon City, bitch. Raccoon City, bitch. Me when I'm proud of myself for referencing songs. Because I'm not very good at pop culture. Uh-oh. Narrow escape. Quick reflexes. Am I supposed to drop? Am I supposed to go this way? Am I going the wrong way? It's probably... Yeah, I am going the wrong way. Because those crates probably blocked everything off. Dude, how do you play this, like, perspective changing part and not, like, absolutely... Uh-oh. This does not seem bueno. Uh-oh. Okay, I need to craft some shotgun shells. Oh, thank you. Alterable. Sorry, I can't read right now. I know you already subbed, but I am fearful at the moment. Oh god, hold up, hold up. Dude. Thank you so much for another 5 gifted. I'm really sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much for another 5 gifted. I'm very sorry for my fear. Distraction. It was a distraction. Oh god. I didn't think you would scream that loud. I really don't like when like things touch me. Like
In real life and in game, I'm like, if I'm not, especially if I'm not expecting it, I don't want to be touched. So I think maybe that's why I'm overreacting, because like when these things are not in my view, it like really freaks me out. Am I supposed to drop down? No, I think I'm supposed to go up. Wait, can I get this first? Uh-oh. Oh my god! What the fuck? What?! Dude. Do I have to do that all over? There's no, I do have to. No! No! Oh my fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, well, at least my... Okay, I have ammo saved. I'll save ammo this run. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Of all the zombies, it was gravity that got her. Oh. Frick my Capachungus life.
Time to find a way up.
Well, this was slanted down last time. Why is it... Why am I not able to climb it up this time? Huh? Glass? Oh. Thank you guys. You guys are very helpful. If only the zombies would spawn. Okay. Up. Okay, need more rifle ammo. Okay, now I don't have any scrap, but I mean I have a lot of handgun ammo, so I think it should be fine. I don't need machine gun ammo, bitch! Okay. Sorry. I heard a rustling over on that side.
find those detonator parts.
A lot of hand grenades given to me makes me feel like there's gonna be a lot of carnage ahead.
Good job. Now to get through that gate.
Yeah. Just gotta figure out how to get down from here first.
Okie dokie. Okay. And now I go. Where do I go? How do I get down from here? A loot. Wow, we're getting a lot of Requiem ammo. Yeah, is there an easy way down or no elevator? I guess I can't go the way I came because it's just a fucking building. There's only a fun way down. Zip line? Another zip line? Fun for us? Oh. I don't really like the sound of that. Wait, I wasn't finished.
That'll get me down.
I don't like the sound of that at all. Thank you, Alterable Spark, for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Friends upstairs. I don't want friends. I'm really okay with the lack of friends in this game. Okay. Oh, I missed. Thank you. I'm just assuming I keep going up, right? We're going up, up, up. It's our movement. Gonna be golden. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Okay. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Not yet, at least. Okay. No. What is he doing? Oh, we defeated 300 enemies. Yippee! Okay. Hi, Ramsleon. How are you? Okay, now I'm getting... What do you mean by this? Oh. Are you dead? Please stay dead. Aw, shit. I keep missing a little. But they also keep head bobbing. Uh-oh, shit. Should I make some ammo? I think I shall. Some handgun ammo. Okay. Where am I supposed to go with this? Oh.
Now for the other side.
What do you mean there's another side? What do you mean by that? Oh my god. This freaking game, man. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Oh shit. Was he up top? Wow, that took actually so many handgun bullets. Oh shit. Oh. Oh my god, it's so bright. I cannot see this. Okay. I'm just gonna kill myself. Okay. Wait, let me get the loot first. Use your Apex training. Yeah, it's a little hard without a scope. I'll be an old man, you know? The lootler. Not even the looter, the lootler.
Hopefully this thing still works.
Hopefully. Oh, am I gonna get assuaged by zombies here? Is that why you guys are saying it's gonna be fun for us? Okay, that's cool.
Now what?
Now, wait, he's actually I'm a cutie pie. Now what? Well, now what? Oh. Okay.
You'll have to take the next one.
I don't think I have enough ammo for this. Unless I just conserve for the ones that... Shit. Oh god. Leon, out of the way!
This is my lucky day.
The water reflecting the sun is actually Whis. Like, it makes it so hard to see. Okay. I don't want to cross. I don't want to cross and get grabbed at. Aw, shit. Whoa, that scared me. Okay, I need to go to camp first.
That took longer than planned. Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
The 419? I don't know a freeway like that. I only know the 405. Am I right, Southern Californians? That was lame. I'll shut up. Okay. Okay, and then silencers all upgraded. I don't have money. You are as cool as Leon. We don't have to lie. Okay, I cannot make anything. I have no more scrap. That's fine. Gonna head home now. Okie dokie. Have a safe trip home. Kaboom! Kablow! He was not an accountant before the apocalypse. He was a policeman. His one flaw. Bike time! Yeah, you can tell it's not like a branded bike because it's allowed to get dirty. Oh no. Ah, frick. I do not love.
All right, should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes.
No fucking way! He has an RPG and he's gunning for me! Stop it! Stop this nonsense, Victor Gideon! Oh my god. Oh no, not the hounds. Not the hounds. Oh.
This stage just keeps getting better and better.
What am I supposed to do against this, by the way? Shoot? I'm supposed to shoot at them? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god, am I getting matched here by somebody?
These pups could use more training.
What is this? Oh, crap.
So much for the direct route.
This is freaking crazy. Actually, cinema. Awkward.
Ken, seriously,
Jesus Christ.
I don't give up that easy.
Oh, we know, bro. We definitely know. I would have given up many times if I were in your shoes. This is great. What do you mean? This is almost vertical! What do you mean? What? How do you do that? Jesus Christ. He's just him, clearly. He's dodging the bullets. How do you even know in which direction the bullets are going?
Come on.
Kaboom! 'Kaboom! 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 '
Should have worn a helmet.
But is that really the last of Victor Gideon? Because we didn't get a Steam achievement off that. Thinking. Cinema. Actual cinema. The Steamler I am. The Lootler and the Steamler. No fuel. Boo.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
Raccoon City Center.
Can't believe it's still standing.
Oh, this is the police station. This is where I was on the first day when everything went to shit. Oh. War flashbacks. PTSD. The hero returns. Chills. I really need a computer though. I gotta save. Oh, typewriter right here. There's no way to still. Okay, my bad. My bad for thinking that the typewriter would still work and let me save my progress.
Sherryman RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah. Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure.
$2023. That's pretty recently. Welcome, Leon. Aww. You can't save anyone. Well, shit.
That fucking guy. And Grace. Shit, she's in danger. Sherry found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us. Got a lock on her location. Headed there now.
Copy that.
Okay, I think this is a good point to save. We shall finish this tomorrow. Right? Right? Surely I'm close to finishing the game at this point. Am I close to finishing? Or do you still think I got like... You're kind of sort of close? Mayhaps. Okay, what if I just spend all of tomorrow playing Resident Evil? So at least a 4 to 6 hour stream.
2 hours or so? Ah, easy peasy. Then we start with Resident Evil tomorrow. In theory, you can beat the entire game in one stream. Yeah, that was never gonna happen. Do you remember how scared I was in the beginning and how many breaks I had to take and how I could only play in like 2-hour increments? And you're saying, technically, you could have beaten it. No, bitch! Do you know me? I just joined in and she's leaving. Plus, I'm in ads. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll try to prolong it until the ads are over. Yes, it was great. Oh, my apologies. But hey, I've been on a roll lately. 6-hour streams, 8 to 12-hour streams. Yeah, yeah. I'm working overtime. What's the overwork overtime emote? Which one is that again? 6-7 hours. Do you have a real job? No, this is my real job. My real job. So, feel free to cough up the subs, everybody. Especially International Women's Month. Or International Women's Day was recently. Women's History Month is March, you know. Thank you. Thank you. I'm kidding. But actually, thank you guys so much for all of the support. Especially the follows, the subs, the gifted subs. Although towards the end, I was starting to think that the gifted subs were to throw me off my game. The gifted subs were impeccably timed along with the fights in order to distract me. But, you know, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not actually blaming anybody, but it is a mighty coincidence. But yeah, and thank you mostly for keeping me company, watching, whether that be through chatting actively or lurking. I appreciate either way. It helps out a lot. Okay. And I think I'm gonna send you off to Mr. Void. So enjoy his deadlock o'clock. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. We're definitely gonna finish RE9. 약속.